Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Testing. 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 Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Hello, hello, hello. Oh. How are we doing? Sounds like the cops are practicing too. Oh wow. I have some sad news. And the sad news is that my connection is still toggling pretty harshly. Just like last week. I did a bandwidth test for like 30 minutes and we only dropped 4% of the frames, and now we're at almost 9%. But hopefully it gets a little bit better. Do you hear the rain? Not the soundtrack, but the real rain. Happy 39 months. I did change my hair. I got a haircut. Oh. Mister. You're leaving. Of course, he wants to leave the room. I don't know if I'm gonna get up for you. Ah, the rain sounds so nice. I'm gonna turn down my rain so you can hear. The live rain. So nice. Well, in advance, apologies for any buffering issues that happened today. I need to let Mister out. He's gonna rip the carpet. This little one, she's trained. She knows. She knows what to do. Ah, so good to be back. I have been very busy lately. Hello, Slam. I'm gonna turn Brian down for a little bit. I'm really sad about the buffering, but let me know if it's worse or better than last time. I tried to set up, what is it called? Enhanced broadcasting mode, which basically, I think, sends multiple versions of your video to the stream. And every time I tried, it was like, your connection is not set up for this. So I need to figure out how to do that and how to adjust my settings on OBS to work with that, but I think that could help with the buffering. Oh, the rain is so nice. Hopefully you can hear me. Okay. Regardless, yeah, that'd be great. happy Thursday. And happy Tarot Day. As you can see, we're not going to do those quite yet, but we will be making that available today as an option. And I'm gonna just hide from myself my stream connection right now because it's gonna stress me out. So I'm gonna move my screen so I can't see it, because I'm just gonna keep staring at it and getting upset. Anyway, I was hoping if we both took a vacation, myself and my computer, that it would get better. But unfortunately, that's not the case. So, we're just gonna have to bear with things the way that they are and go nice and slow. Slow. So even if there's a little visual buffering, you shouldn't miss too much of what's happening. What is that? Don't even know. There has been so much going on, hasn't there? So much happening. And what I could use the most right now is a few deep breaths to ground us in to the stream, to this space together before we get started and really kind of settle into whatever is going to happen today, whether it's tarot readings, trigger experimentation, etc., etc. First and foremost, I would love to take some deep breaths, and to do that, I'm going to clear my screen a little bit. There we go. Would you do me a favor? If you can hear me just fine, let's not worry about the visuals, but if you can hear me just fine, go ahead and send me a 1 into the chat so I can see that you can hear me. And this goes for both Twitch and YouTube chat. We are simul streaming today. Thank you. I'm glad the bangs are banging. I'm very happy to have them again, and I don't foresee getting rid of them anytime soon. I think the bangs are here to stay, to bang, so yeah, very exciting. There we go. Thank you, Slam. Alright, since most of us can hear just fine, sending those 1s into the chat, let's go ahead and start with our deep breaths. It's always so difficult for me to try and time this with your natural breathing pace because, of course, no idea what your personal natural pace of breathing is like. However, to give us a good head start in breathing together, I would ask at this time that you kind of mindfully bring yourself into your chest, to your heart, to your lungs. Just start noticing those natural inhales and exhales. And if you're breathing at all to a similar pace as me, taking another inhale and exhaling to begin our first guided breath in and out. Breathing in and breathing out. Lovely thunder. Taking another inhale. This time holding it for just a moment before we exhale. And breathing in again. Holding, and exhale. Thank you. Is this a reading donation? I don't know. But for now, that will conclude our guided breaths. However, I would highly encourage you to try and stick with the mindful breathing for as long as you can remember to. Hopefully, you'll remember to for most of the stream. And if you forget, guess what? The best part about breathing is your body is doing it whether you think about it or not. At least, most of our bodies are breathing involuntarily. So, if you forget, you can always bring your consciousness back to what is already working for you. That beautiful breath. And you can once again take a nice inhale and an exhale with a little bit more mindfulness. I find that these mindful, intentional, deep breaths can do wonders for calming down my nervous system and my body. If at all I'm feeling physical stress, anxiety, any number of things really. It's amazing what a simple few deep breaths can accomplish, wouldn't you say? Just gonna gently run my fingers along the microphone and listen to the rain anticipated the storm rolling in around this time, and I'm very glad. It was perfect. The rain began right when I was about to share my screen and my camera. So I'm feeling very in tune with nature right now. And I feel also very blessed to be able to be doing this for all of us today. And we have a lovely keeper of the peace, 34 months deep into the stream, and 10 gifted subs immediately following that from Red Boy. Welcome back, peace, and thank you, Red Boy, for 10 gifted subs to the community. Congratulations to any and all who may have received one of those 10 gifted subs. They are much appreciated. And for anyone who hasn't noticed the very obsessive little boxes that Twitch has been popping up everywhere, it is September this month, and I have not been doing my due diligence of giving you an abundance of days to exercise that. However, for the remainder of this month, it is September, and that means all Twitch subscriptions have a discount. I don't remember how much. I think it's like 30%, which in this day and age is a lot for anyone, but it goes until the end of this month, and there's about 12 more days. 13, 12 more days of the month. So we've got almost 2 weeks left of September, and that means you can snag a discounted subscription for the foreseeable 30 days, whenever you choose to get one, if you do. Otherwise, viewing is always for free, completely for free, on YouTube and Twitch without a subscription. Subscriptions are never required, never expected. And if you do want one, I would personally suggest doing it now while it's on discount. If you have Amazon Prime, did you know you can get a free subscription every month to one channel of your choosing on Twitch? That's right. You could have a free subscription to me on Twitch through your Amazon account. I don't know if you knew that, but hey, now you do. With all that hoopla aside, I really don't care to say it, but I know it's helpful information, so it's good to share with you. I'm gonna segue to our content, our focus, and today one of those things happens to be tarot. So I'm going to put the tarot back on the screen. There it is. Readings are now open, but they won't be forever. So if you've been waiting to get a tarot reading in the many weeks past that we've been doing them, and you just, have been trying to figure out when the right time is, now might be the day. The reading queue is open, and once we get, I don't know how many, we'll have to see, but once we get a few people in the queue, I usually tend to close the readings just so I can really focus on those that have purchased them in that given session. So it's open for now. whenever it closes, we'll put it up here. And that way, you'll never have to wonder, is she still taking readings? Is it too late? If it's open, it's not. If it's closed, unfortunately, it is too late for this week, but there's always next week. However, I have to say, I don't know if we will be doing tarot next week because, can I get a little drum roll from your side of the computer screen or your phone or whatever you're watching this on? Can I get a little drum roll? Do you know what is a week from today? I know. Some of the chat knows, but do you know what's a week from today? And if you do, go ahead and whisper it into the chat. Just quietly type it. What is happening next week on the 25th of September? Do you know? I can never forget, so maybe that gives you a clue. The sun is rising. That's true. That will hopefully happen that day. That's right. And for those of you that didn't guess, because you don't know, allow me to tell you. Next week is my birthday. The 25th is going to be my 27th birthday. I can't even believe that I'm saying that out loud. I can't believe it's only 7 days from now. I feel like it was very recently, maybe not yesterday, but very recently, that I was right here, live on Twitch, for 24 hours straight, celebrating my 24th birthday. 3 years later, 27 is just around the corner. And I'm excited. There is so much going on in my life right now. So many changes. Lots of big decisions have been made recently. But big things are happening, and I can't wait to share them with you in due time. For now, I'm focusing on how to not have a very small existential crisis about getting yet again another year older. And for those of you that are aware of what it is, I'm entering officially my Saturn return cycle, so I'm very curious to see how that goes. But I'm hopeful. I'm hoping for the best. I'm gonna crack open a little drink for myself. I bet you can guess what it might be. Let's just see. Let's just see if you can guess. Uh-oh, I showed it. Yes, I do have a vanilla creamy gelato coffee. That was loud. However, it was almost a pumpkin spice, but then I said to myself, what if I don't like it? What if it's disgusting and I don't even want it? Well, I don't want to do that to myself. I really want to enjoy this experience. I want to enjoy this time on the stream and not, unfortunately, set myself up for disgusting beverage drinking. So I went with my old reliable today. I didn't try it yet. I still have yet to try it. It's in the fridge. I bought it like 3 weeks ago, and I just have been scared to drink it because I don't know if I'm gonna like it or not. And they only had it in a tall size. These are very small, but I've gotten used to them. So the other one is like this big. And I'm scared. So I'm not gonna drink it right now. Maybe on a very cold, chilly October day, we'll break into the pumpkin spice, but for now, we're going with the old reliable. It couldn't be any more delicious. It just really couldn't. I need to tell you, just briefly, and if you're hungry right now, I apologize in advance. But I need to tell you about my breakfast this morning. Sorry, I don't know what that was. Yesterday, I did a lot of moving. I haven't talked about things very openly, partially because of physical safety reasons. I'm not sure if you remember or if you were present and around when these things were happening, but not too long ago, earlier this year, I had a little situation with my previous living arrangement where I had a visitor repeatedly, emphasis on repeatedly, showing up unannounced, uninvited. Some would even fair to say that it was stalking. I called it stalking, but I'm gonna refrain from using that language because I don't want to give that person any more power in their position. But let's just say my living arrangement started to feel a little bit less safe than it was before. So before my lease was able to end, I did go ahead and secure another spot. And that's where we've been now. I'm so grateful to feel anonymous here and like my location is once again confidential and safe. However, like I said, I wasn't able to completely get out of the lease. I needed to kind of see it through up until the end, and that end is October 1st. Actually, we've arranged a slightly sooner move-out date because the new tenant wants to move in, and I'm so happy to announce that as of the end of this month, I will be completely unattached to that other location. I will have absolutely nothing scattered around. Obviously, you guys were unaware that I was living like that, but I have been aware of living kind of everywhere. Some things here, some things there, a train going by. Yeah, it wasn't my landlord's fault. We talked about it, and, you know, it's kind of a requirement of the homeowners association of where I was renting, so it actually wasn't even in my landlord's power to do anything either. But anyway, you don't have to miss the train, because I'm actually going to be in this spot until at least August. I'm really trying to keep things quiet, but I've got to say, for those of you who have been on this journey with me for a very long time, for those of you who have been viewers for a very long time, I have some really, really, really exciting news that I, again, same thing with turning 27, can't believe I'm saying out loud. I can't believe I've finally arrived to this season of my life that I've been dreaming of for years and years and years. But part of the beauty of me having this place and my lease being up a little bit earlier than the other one, as I said, it ended October 1st. This one is done in the middle of August, and I did that on purpose because I will be spending the time between now, middle of September 2025, to August 2026, shopping, browsing, falling in love, hopefully, with my very own house. I'm finally hiring a realtor, getting really seriously embedded into the market, and I will be officially moving towards homeownership in the next 365 days. I could not be more excited about this, and one of the reasons why is because, of course, I love where I live. I love being able to make it as much of my own space as I possibly can, but there's so many things, dreams, ideas I have for interior design, my plants being able to just kind of grow as they will, up the wall, wherever, permanent installations that I've been dying to get done, that I will finally have the freedom to accomplish in my own space. And I cannot tell you how motivating that is, to think of a day where I can paint. I can not only paint, but paint whatever I want. A mural, plants all over the wall, a beautiful stream background that's completely customized to me and for us. And I don't have to move it. I don't have to worry about how to cover it up or change it back to the perfect millennial gray box. I get to customize it just for me, forever. And I can't wait. And I can't wait to share the experience with you, for you to see the empty space come to life, come to character. It's going to be such a fun journey, and I do plan on documenting a lot of it, just for the sake of memories, and also because you only buy your first house once. So I just wanted to say, I gotta not get emotional. I obviously have been working towards this for a really long time, and don't get me wrong, I give myself a lot of credit, but I also know for a fact I wouldn't even be able to be considering these things. My circumstances growing up, I didn't go to college because I knew my family couldn't afford that. I started working before I even was 18 full-time because, well, I had a dream. I wanted to try to get the bare minimum. A house over my head, consistent, stable income. And it wasn't until I started doing this, consistently showing up, building a community around ASMR, and just in general around being human, being present, being connected with the world, with you guys, that I started to really have, a glimpse of that reality being a possibility, or even a reality. Scary to say, and yet everything is aligning. It's finally happening, and I know when I say finally, some people are like, I didn't buy a house until my 40s. I get it. I'm trying to touch on that exact fact that I'm stoked, and I couldn't do this without you, and I could never have done this in this amount of time without this space, the people here, all of the crazy moments we've had, all of the wild donations, and just good faith of my viewers. It's gonna pay off, you guys. It's finally gonna pay off. I've been saving so long, and it's finally gonna happen. And I can't wait. And I promised you guys that when I got a house, I would think about hosting things, or at least providing a space within my community to be doing similar events to what we do on the stream. Grounding, calming, relaxing spaces, but in my own environment, in person. Will I be opening that up directly to you guys? I'm not quite sure if that would be smart, but that is something that I'm very much looking forward to in general, is having my home be a safe space for anyone who enters in. I'm so ready to be able to provide that for my family, for my friends. Yeah. Super important stuff that I feel like I would be, I don't know how to describe the feeling, but very disappointed if I wasn't able to achieve that. Let's just put it that way. I was gonna say something a little bit more graphic and violent, but yeah. Thanks for listening. And I'll give you more updates as they come. For now, I'm here in this space. I've been kind of decorating. Did you hear my jaw just crack? Yo! Looney Mountain just gifted, in case the video's buffering, 25 community subs on Twitch. Which, yo, after all I just said, this is what I'm talking about. There's no way I would be where I am if it wasn't for things like this happening. Looney Mountain, thank you so much. And oh my gosh, when my OBS crashes, it sends up a pop-up, and I just got a pop-up on my screen, and my heart dropped into my stomach. I was like, this is an awful time for my OBS to crash. But thankfully, it was just some random virus, malware, whatever. I do not have McAfee, don't worry. But Looney, thank you for directly contributing to the dreams. I really appreciate you guys. I need to stop gushing because I am gonna get emotional. I can feel my crying mode coming closer. I also don't know why my camera's not focusing very well on my face today. I think it must be doing the bangs instead. But Yo. As I was gone, I went on a trip to the Blue Ridge Mountains in Georgia. I was invited. I'm gonna be really honest with you, and don't take offense to this if you're a Georgian or just a southerner. I can't lie. Red Boy, thank you. And also Proxima, thank you for 7 gifted subs in between. I probably would have never planned a trip myself to Georgia, let alone Blue Ridge. It's like so out of nowhere. I wouldn't have even known it existed if I hadn't been invited to go directly to that location. But I've got to say, it was so beautiful. So beautiful. Can I show you guys a photo I took of the stars on my phone? On my phone, I just want to preface. On my phone, I took this photo, multiple photos of the stars. And when you see them, you're gonna be like, you're lying. You took that on your camera and you uploaded it to your phone. And to that, I will say, you're wrong. Look at that. You can see the Milky Way. But hold on, there's more. Are you kidding me? Look at that. This is the iPhone 13. Okay? 13. Look at that. All I did was a long exposure for 10 seconds. Like, it doesn't get any more beautiful. It just really doesn't. Let me show you another photo. Let's see. Let me find a good one. Here is the view out of the driveway. Look at that. How peaceful. Mind you, there was no service, which is part of why I wasn't streaming, because I didn't even want to attempt it. This is the view out of the backyard. Look at the mountains. Are you kidding me? So safe to say, I'm feeling really inspired by life, by the world, by nature. I'm feeling really grateful to be alive right now, and like every day is a blessing. And despite quietly all of the crazy, pardon my French, all the crazy shit that's happening right now, I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about. Despite all of that, and sometimes in light of those things, I'm finding it even more necessary for me personally to like remember the good parts about living in general, but also specifically just like on this earth, the good parts of being here. And if you're like me and you're really sensitive to some of the stuff going on, highly, highly, highly recommend going out into nature with no service. Looking at the mushrooms, looking at the different types of plants, looking at the grass, the trees, remembering we're not all that there is on this planet. We're not, the only thing happening here on Earth. there's other things completely isolated from the human experience that are growing, thriving. And I really, 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 really personally need those reminders at times. So I would encourage you, if you, again, are feeling the feelings, take a walk. Touch the grass in a very literal way. It helps, I promise. Even right now while it's raining, perfect opportunity to go just stand in the rain, close your eyes. This is what I would do. And just every drop that hits you, melt a little bit more. Melt, surrender, breathe those nice intentional big deep breaths we talked about earlier. And try and find a little bit of solace, just a teeny little bit. Getting swole. Thanks. I haven't worked out in a little while. I'm not gonna lie. I'll protect your ears. So anyway, my vacation was fantastic. I planned on trying to work, and I didn't record a single thing. I brought my nice camera, didn't use it at all, because I just didn't even want my stuff. I didn't want technology around me. I just wanted to be in the woods. I just wanted to be in the woods. And it helped a lot to do that and then come back a little bit more resilient to what is constantly breaking the news. So, thank you for letting me take some space away for the goodness of my health and also for the health of the space here. I always tell you guys, I won't show up if I'm not feeling able to conduct a nice relaxing environment, and recently it's been hard to be relaxed despite the world stuff, or apart from that, my own life, moving, cleaning my old apartment, which if you have never moved out, there's a lot of cleaning that needs to be done. So I've been doing a lot of things, figuring a lot of things out, trying to plan the next step. I actually was gonna move again from this space into a house. I got approved and everything. I couldn't find anyone to take over my lease, and I just took it as a sign. It's not time yet. And then I started thinking, if I'm looking for a house so bad, it should probably be the one that I buy. So many big decisions made. That reminds me, would you guys like to see my tattoo, finally? It's a little bit more healed than it was when I came on the stream, I think the day I got it. I will say, part of me loves not having it visible on the internet, because all the AI people can't generate me accurately now. But we'll see how it does with the tattoos moving forward in the future. Maybe I'll show you a little bit of it and not everything. I'm also again worried about the placement, because it's here. So I'm just a little nervous on how to show you. You know what I'm saying? But I do want to show you eventually. Any suggestions? I was kind of just gonna scoot back and then show you. Take a pic and crop everything else out. Good idea. Hold on. I'll do it right now. I have a photo of it already, but I'll take one right now. You guys are so smart. Also, I love my tattoo so much. I hope you guys like it too. It's so hard to take. Okay. You can actually blur parts with apps. That's cool. I'm just gonna crop it for now. I'm gonna crop it way far. All the way in. And I'll blur some of it, I guess. Or I'll just color around it. That's probably easier for right now. Okay. I'm excited to show you guys. Also, I'm glad you like my new haircut. I'm not gonna lie, I was a little nervous that some of you might not like it, which I wasn't gonna care. It was for me, but I'm glad it's been well received. Also, I promise the way that I'm blurring out this photo, it looks like I just totally flashed the camera for a sec, but I promise I didn't. I'm wearing a bra. Alright, ready? Let me turn it sideways for you so it's bigger. Okay. Maybe I'll hold it up so we can pretend it's right there. Are you ready? Love it. I'm really happy I didn't decide to get it on my arm. As you guys know, I'm a Libra, very symmetrical person. I already had my 2 tattoos here, and I was like, if I get only one on my arm, I'm gonna be unsymmetrical. I'm not kidding, that was part of my decision, was wanting the symmetry. I can always get another tattoo to match it, but I just was like, I don't want to be unsymmetrical. So I just all of a sudden was like, where else could I get this tattoo? On my back? Down my spine, maybe? Sternum? That could be nice. And then I got it. I literally decided like 2 days before the appointment that I was gonna get it on my sternum. And then there was no going back. And I almost backed out. I almost was just like, it's gonna hurt. I can't do it. Because that whole tattoo placement is ribs and ribs. It was pretty much on my bone the entire time. And it's awesome. And it didn't hurt nearly as much as I thought it was gonna. So I would do it again. And I will be when I add on to it. So now you've seen my tattoo. Now I don't have any secrets anymore. I'm not hiding anything from you, sorry. You've seen the hair, you've seen the tattoo. When I had both of those and I hadn't shown them to you, I was like, I'm a whole new person and they don't even know. New hair, new tattoo, new me. 27. Imagine if I just didn't show up until after my birthday. I would be a whole different person, you guys. I'm obviously joking, but you know what I mean. Spine tat would be baller eventually. Show us again. No. Sorry. If you're here right now, you got to see it. It will eventually be in my photos, I'm sure. But I actually might go back and cut this part of the stream out. Because I'm telling you, the AI people, I'm gonna give them a run for their money. The more tattoos I get, the harder it will be to generate me. That's my new plan. That's my new plan against AI. Me, AI, tattoos in the middle. Let's get started with the readings, shall we? That was a bit loud. Also, don't comment. I know you already have not said anything, but don't say anything. I'm gonna redo these probably tonight, so don't get mad. Although, I will say from far away, you can't even tell. Look how blurry. You couldn't even tell. Look how long they've gotten, too. I'm proud. I'm really proud. Oh, so good. Okay. I need to go catch up on some sleep for my new job. Oh my gosh. Congrats. Good luck with your job. I will say my sister that I've been streaming with, you guys know her, she also got a new job. She's very busy, so I don't know when she's gonna put them. Oh, sorry. I don't know. I was reading the chat. I don't know when she's gonna come back onto the stream, but eventually she will. I just gave her my old bed frame. Do you guys remember the gold canopy bed frame that I used to have? Ah, I loved that bed. I just gave it to her, and we're gonna do a little room makeover for her. I'm so excited. I love being a big sister. Yes, the one that I built on the stream, which now I'm an expert, and it's gonna be really easy to build it for her. I've taken that bed apart and put it back together like 5 times. But yeah, I just gave it to her. I'm really excited to do a little room makeover for her. We need some chaos back. Hope she returns soon. She will. I bought the audio splitter so she could have her own pair of headphones to kind of avoid some of the issues that I was having, which was her being super loud. It's not her fault. She was loud, and sometimes, you know, that's not the best. So now she'll have headphones, and it will be better. It will be better. Are AI people really copying you? That's messed up. Pretty much since the dawn of my channel, there has been AI generated stuff of me on the internet. So yes. And it is messed up, but you know, I'm certainly not the only one that that's happening to. So it's kind of one of those things that as a people, we're gonna need to kind of figure out what we do about that. Maybe even Cherie is AI, who knows? Can you imagine how ironic that would be if this, which like, I would hope if I was AI, I would at least be in focus all the time. But jokes aside, can you imagine how ironic this would be if I was AI myself preaching about the dangers of AI and how against AI I am? How dystopian would that be? People have commented on some of my videos, especially the ones that I've like really tried to set up as like good quality. The more professional my videos look, the more people start to think that they're AI. And I'm starting to think maybe it's time for me to, like I said earlier, go with the lo-fi. Maybe I should just film on my phone from now on, because I do not want to be AI, you know, AI adjacent. There's the word I'm looking for. Lo-fi rough is the way to go. And I will be doing that. Hey, have we talked about the Ranger video since I was last live? I think we did. How did you guys like it? I think I talked about it last live stream, but how did you like it? If you haven't seen it yet, you don't have to go watch it if you don't want to. And don't go right now, because we're about to do the tarot readings, but I worked really hard on that video, and if you do take the time to watch it, I hope you like it. I'm glad some of you have already seen it and you like it. Thank you. Hi Cherie, been a bit. I was thinking on getting a tattoo. What was the process on getting yours? I will quickly tell you, and then I'm gonna shut up about myself. And we're gonna talk about you guys and your readings. Basically, with this artist, I just sent her an email. It's always gonna be different. I would recommend, depending on your preferences, but this is what I would recommend. Find either a shop or a specific artist in your area, local to you, unless you're like willing to travel. Then just find an artist that you love that is, you know, within a certain distance of willingness, and then send them either an email. Some of them do direct messaging, but I've found email is usually the easiest. Thank you, Lucy. Lucy841 Ice. And then they'll either give you like a pricing quote, or they'll want more information on the design, probably give you an estimate, and then you just show up to your appointment. If you don't have an idea of what you want, you could always tell the artist kind of like a general summary of what you're looking for, and if you trust their work and you like their style, you could let them take artistic liberty. That's kind of what I did with this one. And then you show up to your appointment. Typically you pay cash. That's how my artist is. And then you gotta make sure you're very well hydrated, and you're gonna want to bring water to your appointment, and also super high blood sugar, so make sure you bring some snacks. Yeah, anything, fruit, chocolate, raise your blood sugar, eat before your appointment, and then be ready for it to hurt a little bit, because it's going to, no matter where you get it, it's gonna hurt. But just breathe through it. You'll get through it. I promise you can do it. And then you'll have a new tattoo. Yeah, that's my advice. And how it went for me, it was pretty straightforward. Set up the appointment, prepare yourself, show up, and then aftercare, you're gonna want to wash the tattoo and keep it moisturized. Put a lot of lotion. I used Aquaphor for the first few days to like really keep it hydrated. But yeah, that's what I would recommend. And now we are going to segue to tarot readings. I don't have my laptop. I'm gonna pull up the questions on my phone. The list. Yes, unscented soap. Thank you for that specification, clarification. Unscented soap. Only. For however long. I would say at least a month to 2 months. Just kind of treating it very carefully, very delicately. Mine has been about 2 weeks. Almost 2 weeks. And it feels mostly healed. It's still a little itchy sometimes, but I did a really good job with my aftercare, and it feels pretty good as of right now. So, if you wash it and keep it moisturized, the healing should be very minimal. Don't itch it. If it gets itchy, John. Do you guys hear my bidet peeing? Actually, that might not have been the bidet. I spoke too soon. Where is the tarot document? There's so many things on here. On my computer, it's so nice. It shows it right at the top. But on my phone, I don't know why the list is like from all of the oldest things I've ever done. Okay, here we go. I've got my questions. Ooh la la. Okay. Michael Sinchobi. James, thank you. Is that for a reading? James, I think we have a limbo reading for you, unless that's a different James. And maybe that person's name. Okay, different James. Cool. So Michael Sinchobi is first up with our question, which, good question. Oh, I just locked my phone. He said, and I quote, I have been traveling a lot more than I used to the past 3 years. Is it wise to continue travel and see more things with friends? Or is it best to stay put more and save for things like a new house? The constant dilemma. Do you continue to grow your wings or do you plant more roots? Let's see. Michael has chosen Cat Tarot for today. Oh my gosh, your grandparents will disown you and take your name out of the will if you get a tattoo. I would never ever let my family control me like that, but that's just me, and also my grandparents don't really have like a lot of money, so I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care if they took me out of the will, because like, I don't know, they're not rich. I'm not counting on that, but that sucks. That seems so like controlling, for lack of any other word. It seems like such an overstep into somebody else's free will. Like, imagine being like 45 and getting a tattoo and your 90-year-old grandma's like, you're out of the will. That's crazy to me to think about. But I guess I am kind of the rebellious one in my family. My parents have no tattoos. Neither of my sisters have any tattoos. And I have 5 now. So I don't really know what to say. Your mom wrote herself into your will and then gave it to you on your birthday. She pre-wrote a will for you and then put herself. What a mom move. I love that. We are, for those of you who have a buffering stream, shuffling some cards for this reading right now. And we are asking about the wisdom of traveling versus staying put. And I'm gonna kind of just in general say to this lovely little deck right here, to the universe at large, what do we need to hear right now along the lines of this question that can kind of clearly point out some of the positives and negatives involved and give us a good feel for what should come next or what should not come next. For instance, an example, if you were to get a card that was like, I don't know, you have too many cups on the table and none of them are full. well then I would say, yeah, maybe traveling is overextending you. But if you get one that's kind of like, there's no growth in stagnancy, I don't know. I would say maybe get out there into the world. I'm really hopeful that the cards will have a more clear answer than I do. Because I too go through this dilemma and question all the time. Do I spend my money going and seeing the world, or do I save for a house? As I was just telling you, I've been saving for a house, but I've also traveled. So my own personal answer, I guess, is take cheap trips, cheap travel, and then save most of your money for a house. Do both. But that's just me. Man down. Oh no. Who? Can you guys still hear me? Hello? Am I the man down? I hope not. Hey, can you send a 7 this time in the chat if you can hear me? Seven, seven, seven. Oh, my YouTube chat's not updating. And it hasn't for a while. Someone said, is this a new trending hairstyle? I don't think so. I don't think so. There we go. There we go. Okay. Sorry again for the lag. I didn't even notice this. Wait, also? Do you see that like brown spot in my eye? That's weird. Weird. I'm feeling so randomly observant. The universe is wild. Alright, Michael, we've got 2 decks here for you. Asking, should we continue to fly? Should we continue to travel? Or is it wiser to save and find a new place, a new house? We have deck number 1. It's shiny. Deck number 2. 1, 2. Which one are we feeling? Which one are we thinking today? 1, 2, 1, 2. What do we think? 2. Okay. Touche. Riddle me this. Now, 1 or 2. Which one feels like the right one? 1, 2. Good. Because I split those super unevenly, and this one doesn't have that many cards, so we are ready to spread them already. Out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and lucky number 13, I would like for you to pick, honestly, as many cards as you feel inclined. At least 2 or 3. Out of 13, what would you like to choose? What feels like it's calling out to you in this little spread here? 1 through 13. 7 and 4 for sure. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7. Is that all? It's okay if that's it. Just double checking before I put them down, because I'm gonna have a hard time remembering how to count them. I don't think I can count to 13 again, you guys. Now it's 11. Alright, cool. That's easy for me.
Good morning, beautiful. Hi, sweetheart. You sleepy?
She's like, huh? So guess what? We have the 5 of Cups in reverse. And I don't really know which one this is, but there's a bunch of sardines on this plate. Wait, and both of these guys are sticking their tongues out. This guy looks like he just ate a bunch, and this guy's got a plate full of food. However, this guy who just ate a bunch, he's upside down. I'm so curious what this is gonna be. I think my little lady would like to leave. Hold on. Let me escort her out.
Come here. Beautiful. Okay.
Ah, the 8 of fish, of course. Okay. So, we will start with the upside down 5 of Cups, or reversed, as they like to say it. And then we'll go to the 8 of fish. The 8 of fish. Here we go. Okay. I don't know how these apply to your question, but oh my gosh. Okay. Remember how I was like, if you get a card that's like you have a bunch of cups and they're all empty, well, that's what the upright version of this is. It's hard not to focus on our empty bowls. However, in reverse, this card says, it looks like it's onward and upward from here on out. Healing is close at hand. Ahem. Get out into the world for a little fresh air and a change of perspective. That sounds like trouble to me. Pick up the pieces and re-emerge. This is a great time to start a new project or a relationship. So, okay, get out into the world, get some fresh air for a change of perspective. Maybe the travel is supposed to inspire you for what you're looking for in the next house. You know what I mean? Maybe part of the traveling experiences are so you can get even more clear of a picture as to what you want to invest in moving forward, picking up the pieces of everything you've learned to start the new project of saving for the house. I think this is Pentacle. Yes, 8 of Pentacles. Ooh, it's reward time. These are such good cards. I'm so happy that these are well-strung. It's reward time. Rest assured, the universe sees your commitment and rewards you with a giant plate of delicious anchovies. Delicious. enjoy them, but we have a warning. Don't get too comfortable with your abilities. Openness to acquiring new skills will make you even more successful in the future. I feel like why do I feel like I read this before we got the cards? I literally said the empty cups, a bunch of cups empty, which in this case is good. And then I said something about like stagnancy doesn't create growth. This card is warning you, although you're gonna reap the benefits of what you've been sowing, don't continue to just sow the same thing. Plant new seeds, grow new skills, and then you'll be even more fruitful in your next harvest. Let's go to Florida. Hell yeah. What's in Florida? No, this is a normal, relaxing stream, Nick. I feel like I want to pull another card. Are you feeling inclined to pull another card? Because I'm feeling inclined, but if you're not, I'll leave it at that. But I kind of want to pull another card for you. I kind of want to pull one from here or from here. I don't know. Do either of these call to you right now? Oh, they're cold. It feels nice. Feels good on my face. Let's see. I'm just gonna spread these. I'm not even gonna shuffle. This is the card I want to choose. Inner Temple, Devotion, Tune in to the portal of your heart. Let's see what this has to say. Inner Temple, Inner Temple. Page 70. 7 is here today. The energy of 7 is with us. I love it. You are being called to be a devoted student and tune into your heart. To incorporate true devotion into your life. You could be being called to develop a regular meditation, journaling, or chanting practice, or to show up to your soul with rhythm, to develop a daily practice where you fill up your well and spend time with your soul. All of the answers to all of the questions that you seek are waiting for you in the portal of your heart. But you cannot hear them unless you carve out time each day to listen. Your soul is yearning for a deeper relationship with you. I'm going to say that again. Your soul is yearning for a deeper relationship with you. And so, the more time you spend with it and show up to it, the more clearly it will guide you. We are here to grow as souls. Earth is one big playground for the soul to learn. Isn't that so true? And you are being called to go deeper into your soul growth, or to increase your devotion by being a student of a lineage or a spiritual teacher. If you have already been a committed student, then you are being commended for your devotion. Your guides want you to know how proud of you that they are, and that the time that you spend in this devotion is priceless, which is very important in a world that revolves around money. Sometimes it feels like a waste of time to just sit with ourselves and meditate, but your guides want you to know that this time you spend in devotion is priceless. It's priceless. If you are questioning your career or your life path, your guides want you to turn your focus towards devotion and this prayer. Please use me in a way that delights my mind, body, and soul. May my life be one big moving prayer. The work your light action here is commit to a daily devotional practice. So, to put all of this into motion, it sounds like you just need to check in with yourself every day, a little bit more deeply and honestly. And through those daily check-ins, I would personally suggest journaling for you specifically as a medium, because I think it will be challenging for you to write every day into a notebook. So that's my challenge for you. Try to pick up journaling and be super transparent with your writing. Choose to tell your journal, your notebook, everything you're thinking about. The pros, the cons, everything in between. And then, moving forward, you'll be able to look back in the times of the future and see how many things you unintentionally were moving towards and away from, just by every day being honest about how things make you feel and what you're inspired by and what is really causing you grief, strife, stress, and that stuff will fall away. I don't know if my chat is frozen or not. Thank you for gifting a sub to Risa. If you can hear me, let's do an 11 this time. 11. I agree, what a clear reading. I asked for direct guidance, because sometimes I'm not feeling super interpretive. I want the cards to tell me what to say. I want them to guide me too. And they did. I'm feeling so... Do you guys feel it? Do you feel the feeling I'm talking about? It's just I'm feeling a lot like that right now. Very, Do you feel that? And if you don't, how can I share it with you even more? Because what a pleasant feeling it is. I love doing this. I love wrapping my arms around myself, squeezing and just feeling my heart. Good reading. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Lucy, which it just says pending. So let me refresh this. Oh, just kidding, it says general and deck of choice. Lucy, are you still in the Twitch chat? And after Lucy, we have John. I've been really enjoying the trips I've been on, whether it be with you or my other friends, so I'm excited to get out more. And see, this is the thing. I don't think you needed the cards to give you permission for that. I think you need your own permission. And part of the daily check-ins, I feel like, is for you to get really, like, centered in how much you need to save to match the timeline of when you would like a new house, how much you would like to afford yourself for travel and new experiences. And then you can always, every day, kind of shift the balance of those decisions wherever it feels right for you in that moment. Just in general, sounds like getting a little more in tune with your highest excitement, your highest desires will make it really obvious what to do moving forward. Ooh, I want the tea a little later. Maybe you can tell, have you talked about it on your stream? If so, I'll just go watch the VOD, but if not, feel free to do a stream after this and spill the tea. Because now I'm really curious. Hi, Lucy. I am ready for you. Okay, just with Annie. Well, now I'm curious, so if you don't want to share it publicly, our DMs are about to be sparking. Okay, cool. Now I'm curious as heck. The suspense. I'm new to this. Do the readings give us a glimpse to our future about what we're really stressed about? They can. They can also give you nothing, depending on your perspective. Here's what I like to say in general, in regards to tarot readings, anything having to do with the future, and a lot of these decks. This one specifically, I love this deck because in the guidebook it says immediately, there is no power in this. These are just cards. They have no value, no power inherently. Everything that they perform as is but a reflection of what you already know, what you already feel, what you're already aware of in some capacity. They can just serve as reminders. Maybe words of tough love that you're not quite strong enough to give to yourself, but you know is true. They're meant to be used as a tool to kind of guide you back to the inner knowledge that you might already have. Sometimes, and especially when we're really stressed, when we're really worried about something, it can cloud our judgment a little bit. It can make us feel really confused, lost, many things. And again, same thing as like a magic 8-ball. Is the answer always going to be definitive of what's going to happen? No. In fact, no matter what the cards say, the most important tool and resource that you will always have to fall back on is your free will. The train is going by. But yeah, your free will and the ability for you to have free will always overpower any of what these cards say. And therefore, can they really tell you what the future holds? No, not necessarily. They can tell you, as of right now, what you could maybe expect, what could potentially be waiting, but everything relies on you and your choices and your reactions. And so, again, I like to take a lot of power out of the cards' hands because at the end of the day, they're just cards. However, sometimes it's nice in a clouded place, a bit of confusion, a bit of indecision, to just have a little, I don't know, reminder one way or the other as to what to do or where to go. Imagine this. You do a reading and all of it just feels wrong. Completely wrong. Almost like the exact opposite of what you thought the cards were going to say, what you wanted them to say. Well, what does that tell you? Does that mean that the cards did a bad job? Does that mean that the reading was inaccurate? You could look at it that way, or you could tell yourself, well, now I know even more clearly that I don't want any of that, which points you in the direction of what you do want, does it not? A tool, merely a tool, to point you wherever you would like. The cards are like flipping a coin to help you make a decision exactly, and even if you say heads or tails and you get heads when you wanted tails, does that mean you have to do what head says? Does that mean you're locked in? No, you can always go do tails, even after you get the head on the coin. But in general, what does that do? It just points you towards what you really wanted in the first place. They say when you flip a coin, you already know the answer before it lands as to what you want. And that's sometimes the best point of flipping the coin, is to become even more immediately clear on the potential outcome that you're actually looking for. If I say, gosh, I just really can't decide. Heads for blue, tails for green. Gosh, I just love blue and green equally. I don't think I could ever decide. And yet, when the coin is in the air, if there's even a moment, a second, where I'm like, man, I really hope it lands on tails. Or gosh, I'm just going to be a little disappointed if I get head right now. Well, there you go. Clearly, you already know what you want, even if just for a split second in your indecision. It's like, oh, okay. I see. I got tails. Now I'm happy. I got heads. Now I'm a little disappointed. But I'm still happy. I still like blue. But you really wanted green. And you didn't realize that until you made the choice to flip the coin with the intention that whatever it lands on, you're gonna do. Which, you have free will. You don't have to listen to the coin. You don't have to listen to the cards. They're just a tool to guide you even more pinpointed into what you actually want. That's it. And for that, they are so valuable and they work really well. So if you use them like that, they will work really well for you. At least that's my experience. Also, it was really difficult to not be like, that's what she said, when I was saying heads or tails, specifically the former. So silly. I'm sure some of you had the same thoughts as I did, but I was trying not to let it, change how I spoke. Because gosh, we can't always have our minds in the gutter, you guys. Sometimes we have to take them out and just, have them in the normal place. Where else? Don't have your mind in the gutter, okay? But what's the alternative? I've never known. If you take your mind out of the gutter, where does it go? Where does it go? Good questions. The not gutter, exactly. Wait a minute, I've never asked this question before. No, that's literally what I said. I didn't even say heads plural, I said singular, and as soon as I said it, I was like, I'm so glad I have my clips off. Oh my goodness, goodness, goodness. I love being silly. I love when we get silly. So funny. I should have corrected myself, and I didn't, and so here I am doing the opposite of prefacing. I'm suffixing my sentences by telling you, yes, I heard that. I thought the same thing, and I just tried not to. So I would appreciate if you do the same and take the liberty to just not go there. Just don't. Just don't go there. And I won't either. And we'll be all good. And Lucy has been waiting so patiently. So patiently. So let's go ahead and do a general reading. With these, I like to just kind of completely feel it out. Before I do this, though, I need another sip of coffee. That's a good one, stretchy bands. I wonder what the cards would say. I really do wonder. Okay. Keeping that as far away from the white sheets as possible. Because I just had this feeling today that I'm gonna spill. And now I'm gonna say I'm not gonna spill, because I'm gonna be really careful and really mindful. You know those trends where it's like foreshadowing directly, and then they'll like clip really quickly what's gonna happen? Hopefully that's not me today. I'm not gonna spill, and then it's like me like, ah, and it's spilling everywhere. I'm gonna be really careful, and I'm not gonna do that. The cap is on. It is screwed in. We're not gonna spill. I love these, but they always get stuck in my eyelashes. What even was that? Was that even a laugh? I don't know. It was just like, it was just a weird little thing. I don't know. I love observing myself, my mannerisms. Does anyone else just have those days where you're like, man, I'm weird. I'm such an odd human. I do so many strange things. And yet, I'm not the weirdest one. That's for sure. I feel like that a lot. I know I'm weird. I know I do a lot of silly, weird things, but I've started to recognize, and maybe you have come to this realization too, as of recently, especially with social media and just like the widespread nature of sharing on the internet. Maybe you have also come to notice everyone is weird, and most people are just hiding it until they get home, and then they're super weird, but like in privacy. And I just so happen to be in the business of being weird in public, which I've been doing since 1998. But I've come to recognize everybody is weird in their own way. And part of being happy is being okay with your weirdness. At least that's my personal experience. And embracing the weirdness. And then being even more weird in the future. Ooh, that's my favorite thing. I'm so excited to be like, hopefully 70 one day. and super weird. The most weird ever. Most weird I've ever been. My eyes are watering. That's how I know it's good. I'm crying. My makeup off. Anyway, all that to say, I love being weird. And when I do weird things like I just did, and then I do even weirder things like mock myself immediately, just know I'm having a really good time. And it's really fun. That's all. Alright, Lucy. We're gonna pull this guy out for you. I love this magnetic clasp so much. Let's just take a moment. I love ASMR. Are you kidding me? Like, the simple act of just kind of like, shh. Hyper focusing on a sound, giving it the full attention of the space. I love it. I just got tingles from that. It's so good. Also, ASMR has made me so hyper aware of how important sound design is in cinematography, normal social media, advertisements, branding. If there was no sound design, if people didn't care to the nth degree, the quality would be shite, don't you think? That's my perspective, at least. You don't realize how important it is. Sound. Who said that? Whose quote is that? Because it's in quotation, so I'm assuming somebody else said that. I love that. And before I repeat, I need everybody to listen. Is that why I feel so good today? Because it's Libra season? No wonder. I'm in my element. That makes so much sense. I'm like, why does everything feel so balanced and nice and good and perfect? It's because it's Libra season. Almost. Oh, I can feel it. I've been doing Virgo activities. You're right, it's like next week, because I'm on the cusp, like 2 days after. It's on the 22nd. Anyway, get this. Somebody just said, and I quote, "Sound is the vocabulary of nature." So simple, so poignant. Sound is the vocabulary of nature. And as someone who was just gloating about how important nature is isolated by itself, not even factoring in human life. Let's just pretend that that isn't in existence. Imagine, just in general, you're not a human, you're not anything, you just are lucky enough to be observing the earth from a perspective somewhere beyond, above you. You're looking at the planet. Pre-humans, let's just say, for fun. Just for fun. Is it silent? No. The birds. All their sounds, all their songs. The water, the wind, the rumbling of the rain. I was gonna say the volcanoes because I personally just witnessed that this year and I am still not over it. It was monumental to my life experience to be able to witness a volcano erupting. The vocabulary of nature. Sound. It speaks so loudly without you needing to understand any of the language. It's universal. Oh, why does that make me emotional? To just even like observe that reality. The music of nature is universally accepted and loved and cherished. Something I think we can all agree on. That makes my heart very happy. I got that quote from Pierre Schaeffer. He's a French composer. I love him. I'll need to listen to his music. Isn't your birthday coming up? Happy birthday. Thank you. It is coming up. It's in a week from today. I will be doing a stream during the day, probably. During the morning hours. I'm throwing a little party for basically just my family and like one really close friend. So I will be doing that in the evening. But I do want to come say hi on my birthday. Of course I want to come say hi. I am moving officially every last thing out of my old place on Monday. I was trying to do that for the sake of still being able to pop on 23rd, 24th, 25th. But we'll see about the 23rd specifically. I might be so exhausted from what happens all day on the 22nd because I'm going to be moving kind of all day. I'm selling some stuff to people. I got to make sure after I leave that I then clean because the new person's moving in the end of that week. But I think there will be more than just one live stream next week, hopefully. So stay tuned. I wanted to let you know, starting October, and maybe the 30th, but for sure October 1st, we will be back on a pretty routine schedule. I'm so excited about that. I'm so excited to have like a set routine again and get back into the regular swing of the streams and maybe start planning some themed experiences like we used to, like Wheel Wednesday, but instead of the wheel being on the screen, what if we had a real one? Or, you know, everyone could show up in their pajamas and we could have a pajama party. Doesn't that just sound so fun? It's like when you were in grade school or even high school, if your school was cool, having that week of themed days. Pajama day, I don't know, costume day, just like themes. Everyone wears blue day. Like, how fun. Thinking about setting a little vibe check and then everyone showing up accordingly. That sounds so fun. Yes, the trigger claw. I need to figure that out because the one I got is just not good enough. But if I could find a little bit better of a claw machine, we'll be doing that for sure. School sleepover, we could have a slumber party, an overnight stream where we stay up all night and tell stories. I could get a book of scary stories to read. In general, like I said, I'm gonna be a lot more regularly active again once I'm settled in, and I'm so excited. Because doesn't that all sound so fun? ASMR bingo, game changer, genius idea, genius. That's genius. I love that. Now opening commission requests for a custom ASMR bingo ball for Cherie Lorraine. If you know anyone who makes bingo balls, let me know. And the wheel. We need a custom one that sounds really good. That's fun. Oh, I love that. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're liking the hair. Lucy, I'm officially shuffling these cards. We are doing a general reading for you. I am going to be probably only choosing 1 or 2 cards from the fairies. And then we will pull from a different deck for the rest. But I just really was feeling called to the fairies. 1, 2, you're gonna pick either of these decks. Number 1 or number 2. What do you think? What are you feeling? Number 2. Splitting the deck in half. And number 1. Number 2. Which one feels right for you? 1, 2. Again, this reading is part. Let's see. 1 or 2. Number 1. I think we have enough to spread now. Out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. I would like for you to choose 2 cards. I know I said 1, but now I want you to take 2 out of this deck. Whatever you feel inclined for. Also, in the meantime, we're gonna do a little ASMR. A wooden wheel wouldn't fit in a P.O. box. Thankfully, my P.O. box can accept any sized package, I believe. If it's too big, they'll just hold it in the back office for me until I come pick it up. So, I think I could receive a bingo ball, actually. Lucy, do you want to know what's so interesting? I don't know how this happened, to be honest. When I very first split the entire deck, you see how there's like the face of the cards towards me? The card that I immediately saw somehow ended up here, and I don't know how that's possible. Because it was in the back of the deck. And I could have sworn, I don't know how this happened, but what I'm trying to say is I felt called to this card for you. Restoration. And also pink and red are so prevalent here because we also have a good company. Look at how gorgeous. I feel like this right now. I feel like this butterfly lady. Oh my gosh, this card is doing something for me right now. Okay. It's so pretty. Look at her little smile. Like, oh my goodness. Okay. Restoration. Good company. We have these two. Before we read them, it makes you want to starburst. I can totally see why. Before we read those, I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna spread these out so you can see. And I'm gonna pick this one. Don't dim to fit in. And I'm gonna pick one more, which is the one. Actually, I don't know. I feel like, okay, I was gonna pick this one, but it didn't feel right. I'm putting it back. I'm actually gonna pick this one, Akasha. Your guidance is divinely guided. Emphasis on the guidance. Guided. Guide. That seems a bit redundant, but I like it. Let's read them. Man, I feel good today. I will say, I feel good. You guys are bringing the good energy. I feel so lucky to be here. Can we give some love to the community as a whole, as a collective? Can everyone, you can set your phone down to your computer screen. Can you just hold up a heart for me with your hands? You could do this ugly, weird one, the crazy claw hands if you want. You could do this. You could do this. Just hold up a little heart for me and just pulse it at the screen. Love. We're sending love to each other. Isn't it nice? Love. So much love. Let's go ahead and read these cards. For Lucy. Lucy. I don't know any songs with Lucy, but I feel like there is. You did. Thank you so much for doing it. I appreciate you. Alright. So we have Restoration first on page 59. And then after that, Good Company on 73. So 59 and 73. Help me remember that. 59, 73. Starting with 59. Restoration. She has a fox. I didn't even notice that. I saw a fox 2 days ago. Not this past day, but the day before, in like the very morning. So technically yesterday, but it was at like 3 a.m. and it still felt like the day before. I saw a fox running across the road. I never see foxes in the wild. I distinctly remember the last time I saw one, and it was 2018. 2018. And I saw one the other day, and I just was like, I don't know what this means. A ginger one, yes. You saw one this weekend? I love that. It makes me so happy. So, restoration. This card says, the Huli Jing of Chinese folklore are fox spirits whose shape-shifting powers grow stronger as they age, with resonances in Japan and Korea as the kitsune and kumio. There we go. Kitsune and kumio, respectively. The hyuli jing most often take the form of young women who lure men to death using powers of seduction. In order to stay immortal, the hyuli jing feed on human life. Older hyuli jing could shapeshift into men and women, old and young. Kind of reminds me of that one movie with Scarlett Johansson where she's the alien and she like shifts. Thank you. All that to say, when this card is drawn, be aware of where and to whom you devote your energy. There are things in life that might appear attractive and even sexy, and that could take any number of forms. It doesn't have to be a human. Opportunities, physical goods, services. Things in life might appear attractive, but they might not be the best option for you. And maybe I'm going off the card here, but maybe specifically right now, there's something about, I'm taking a wild guess off of what this could mean. Maybe there's something about like the social standards or just like expectations right now in general of the world that are weighing on you. They're getting to you and you're feeling really inclined to follow that path, follow those trends, the attractive opportunities that everyone's saying you have to do. Plastic surgery, diet, any number of things. Might not be the best option for you, okay? And this card is seemingly about discernment. And specifically, if any of those things you're desiring are making you feel drained or depleted, don't ignore that. This card is very strongly telling you to not ignore those true feelings behind things. Okay? Consider what is making you feel that way and take a step back. Take a step back. Lean on old comforts. I love that advice. Lean on old comforts and people you know that you can trust for restoration. I feel like this is a good time for me to remind you, the oldest friend we have is who? What? Dare I say nature? Lean on old comforts like that of going outside and people that you know you can trust for restoration. So this card is calling you to take a step back from some of those very attractive opportunities that might actually be serving as more of a draining than replenishing energy source in your life. And go back to the old comforts that you can know and rely on right now. And I bet in doing so and removing yourself from the desires immediately and their constant bombardment of advertisement for those desires, you'll ground yourself in the understanding that you're fine just the way you are. And if not just fine, amazing, just the way you are. You don't need that stuff. And then when you come back and you're perceiving it once again, probably won't have as much of an effect on you. And actually, you might look at it with completely different eyes. moving forward, we have good company. The Seelie Court, a concept in Scottish folklore, fairy folklore, is a category of fairies associated with all things lucky, favorable, and good. Whereas fairies in many folk tales are morally ambiguous and tend not to embody good or bad as binaries, the Seelie and unseelie courts separate fairies into two distinct categories, in which the former are benevolent, helpful, and interested in creating prosperous environments, which is who we have here. When this card is drawn, soak in the positive vibes of your community. I feel like that's what I'm doing right now. Friendships and connections are lucky in and of themselves. Let me say that again, because I feel like we take that for granted, and those of us that have ever been really lonely know how true this is. Friendships and connections are lucky in and of themselves. They add so much cheer to our lives. Love on the good people around you. Turn to them when you need help or inspiration. So 2 cards now saying you have really good people in your life, and it's time to embrace them, to love on the relationships, and to come back to an understanding and place of gratitude for all that you already have, because right now it seems like you're being faced with multiple vying opportunities or shimmering, sparkly gold attractions that are only going to take you away from what really gives you joy and peace and comfort. And in this, sounds like you have a lot of that already at your disposal. So the universe is asking you to devote those energies. Where are you devoting your energy? To the restorative people in your life. Rely on the old comforts, okay? Those people are lucky to have you, and vice versa. You are lucky to have them. Bask in those relationships. Even more than ever, utilize that to create inner comfort and peace for yourself. I have had many seasons of my life where I've been very individually focused. I need to build my career, save my money, buy my house, etc., etc., etc. Almost to the point I've told you guys, I wanted to be in the middle of nowhere. I didn't care if I was by my friends or my family because I was thinking about me. What would make me happy? But lately, it's become very glaringly important and obvious to me that none of those things will make me happy if they are completely void of my friends and my family, who also, when I have absolutely nothing to my name, to my person, still bring me joy, make me happy, make me feel safe, comforted, etc., etc. All that to say, sometimes the most important things you can't buy, you can't go, shop for online. you can't mold or shift yourself to fit into, because they're just naturally present in your life. And they're naturally present in your life because you were always deserving of them. You are always deserving of good friends, good connections, people who love you, people who bring you joy and peace and comfort. We are all deserving of that, no matter what. If you're rich, if you're poor, if you're pretty, if you're ugly, all of that is relative, is it not? But what is not relative is the love that we share together as people. You either feel that or you don't, in my perspective. And so, this goes for everyone now, not just Lucy. Life is reminding us the most important thing that we can focus right now. It's not the glittering attractions. It's not the constant new this or that. It's what's always been there, consistently rooted in your life. The good people around you and the moments that you share with them for free. That's it. That's what we need to be focused on. Community. And our communities specifically. We are going to now, and I think this has a lot to do in coordination with each other, we are going to now transition to don't dim to fit in. Don't dim to fit in. And this card is on page 42. Help me remember these numbers. 42 and 112. 42, 112. 42 says, how are you dimming your light in order to fit in? Don't dim your light to accommodate someone else's smallness. We are all born to shine big and bright. The universe is expanding, and you are part of the universe. So expanding is part of your nature. If someone makes you feel like you want to retract, notice and slowly back away. They are not for you, and you are not for them. Better yet, find it within yourself to expand and shine your light anyway. Flowers don't open and close according to who is walking by. They open and they show their beauty regardless. If others don't want to be around you, or you make them uncomfortable, well, it's because you are shining light on the fact that they are dimming to fit in. Remember the weirdness that I talked about earlier? A lot of people are dimming their weirdness down. And in this context, your weirdness is your light. By choosing to shine bright, you may just inspire them to turn on their light too. And that's always my hope. Or not. But you keep your light on anyway. All relationships are essentially an energetic agreement. The moment that one person decides to start rising up and allowing their light to shine, it changes the energetic agreement and can create some waves. That's completely normal. The relationships that are meant to last will adapt to this change in energy, and others won't, because they were likely born under the proviso of, I love you as long as you don't shine brighter than me. And that's okay. Not all people are meant to be in your life forever, but the lessons that they teach us can still live on. How are you dimming your light to fit in? We move forward to 112. Akasha. Your guidance is divinely guided. Akasha exists in the 5th dimension and the library of souls. Interesting that we were just talking about relationships essentially being an energetic commitment and exchange. All soul contracts, history, gifts, lessons, and more exist here. We each have access to this information of the past, present, and future, and you can tap into it at any time. And while we have free will, there are also points on the timeline of our life that are predestined or pre-planned. Soul contracts or agreements that were made before incarnating. Some people also call those karmic contracts. This could be a company that you choose to work for, a relationship that you planned to have, or a person that you have agreed to mentor or help. Whatever it is, know that it is divinely guided and will not bypass you. If you are waiting for a sign to proceed, this card is it. You are likely living out an important part of your soul's journey, and you are exactly where you need to be. This is very exciting indeed. It is time to call in the support of your helpers, whether in the physical realm or the spirit world, to trust the signs coming, to take note of your dreams, to notice any feelings or visions that you receive, for you are tapping into the wisdom of the Akasha, and you are being given the go-ahead to proceed. Hold this card to your heart. I'll help you out with that. And say, are you ready? I open myself up to receive the wisdom of the Akasha. I am ready to download any information from my soul records that is in my highest good and the highest good of all right now. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you, Lucy, for a very beautiful and inspiring reading. I want to hold this one to my chest for a second, too. What a beautiful, beautiful card combination. I appreciate you so much in trusting me to facilitate these readings. Let me take this spread back. And before we move any further, I just was told during that reading from a little birdie, and that bird's name is Michael, that people are ordering presents from the wish list for my birthday. Guess what? I don't have my address updated. And that's fine. I'll still be able to get the packages you've sent. However, I need to very quickly update my address. So none of those packages go to my old house anymore. And let me just take this moment to say, I was planning on the stream sometime today to let you know that I will be tonight taking an hour or two to update the wish list with specific gifts. Not gifts like GIFs, but gifts for my birthday that I've been eyeing. There's this one specific blanket that's been on the wish list forever. And I don't know why, but it's never actually been able to be ordered. And I really want to figure that out because I love the blanket so much. And I think about it all the time. So, funny, Michael. Funny gift. I'm gonna really quickly change my address, and then tonight I will be updating the wish list. So if you go on there, moving forward from today into next week before my birthday, it will A, be an updated list of items, but more importantly B, it will come to the right location. So, hold on a sec. Let me update the address. Create a new shipping address. Do you guys hear the music playing at the bar? Make this my default address. Do we need additional instructions? Okay. Should be good. Perfect. Okay. Save changes. The list has been updated. your stuff probably showed up okay. I haven't gone downstairs to look, but I'm sure it's down there. Hi. Don't forget Throne 2. Thank you. Because I would have. Do I have the app on here? I do. Go me. I never download apps. I'm not logged in though. Let's sign in with Twitch. And I'm not logged into Twitch either. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Signed in. Wish list settings. Wait, delivery details? Show details? Here we go. You're so smart. Hold on. Sorry, my mom texted me while I was doing this. Updated. Everything is updated. Ooh, that's cool. I'm excited to see how that works for you. Okay. Sorry, I'm parenting my parents right now. Oh, the joy of being the eldest child. Is that Alice in Chains? Probably not, but it should be. It might be though. I can't really tell. On the subject of blankets, I just got a cooling blanket off of Amazon. OMG, it is a game changer. I have never heard of a cooling blanket. I've heard of a heating blanket, a warming blanket, but never a cooling one. How can one parent a parent? Gently. I'll tell you just a brief summary of what's happening, and then we're going to John's reading. My parents, I think I've maybe mentioned this to you before, but they've done a very poor job. No shame on them. It's just the reality. They've done a very poor job at maintaining their properties. We have two. One is my house, my family house. And then we have a little plot of land up north that's part of a community with a trailer on it. And that trailer I don't know if you guys remember, I did a card video like 2 years ago in July inside of the trailer while it was raining. Which, little did you know, on the other side of the camera, the roof was completely caved in. Like, I'm talking a hole in the roof of the trailer. Caved in from the snow, melting, all that jazz. Trailer's roof is caved in. Inside of the trailer, there's a TV, a VCR, you know, a couple things electronically, but also mementos, some family stuff. I mean, it was our little up north whatever. So there's some stuff there. Every summer, I'm the only one who's been up there. That video is the last time anyone has stepped foot in that trailer. 2 years, okay? Every summer, I quietly tell my parents, because they're gonna give me the plot of land to fix up, because I have the motivation to do so, which this is part of the gentle parenting, was me quietly suggesting, hey, if you don't have the energy to take care of this place, that's okay. But we shouldn't just let it decay and rot. We should do something with it so we can all enjoy it again. So for 2 summers now, I've been trying to get them to go up north, to pick out all of the stuff that's still salvageable from the trailer, get it into boxes, put it in storage somewhere, and then figure out what to do with this broken trailer, right? So we can get a new one. So I can get us a new one. We've been planning for like a month now, tomorrow, to go up north and do it. My parents' house nearby, the power just went out, it's raining. And apparently, because the power at my parents' house is out, my dad is now saying he doesn't want to go up north. He just can't prepare properly. Which, of course, in reality, that's not really an excuse, right? There's no reason why the power at their house being out would ever make a difference in going up north tomorrow. But it's just another example of how our fears and our anxieties can cause us to find reasons and excuses to put things off, to say no, to procrastinate. And I think what's really happening is my father is maybe a little disappointed in the condition that the trailer has gotten to, and he doesn't want to go see it. I think maybe it's going to be a little sad for him to kind of have to grapple with the sense of the fact that the responsibility was on his hands and it fell a little bit off of the radar. But realistically, and this is what I'm gently reminding them of, every rainfall, every season that goes by, every winter. Oh no! My OBS studio disconnected. Hopefully we come back online. Hopefully some of you can hear me. There we go. Sorry. Refresh your stream. It was momentary. Sorry. I think my YouTube probably ended, but Twitch should be okay. Cool. Everything's still up. It was very quick. Is everyone still here? Can you type me a 11 in the chat again if you're still here? Hey, sorry about that. Anyway, I've been quietly reminding them it's only gonna get worse the longer it goes on, right? As with anything in life, it's only gonna get worse the longer we procrastinate. So I told my mom, it doesn't matter if he's not gonna go or if he backs out. We have to do it. Even if it's just the two of us, even if it's just me. Tomorrow's the day. We have to do it. That's just the only answer. We're gonna go. We're not gonna let it sit any longer. It's time. So that's what I meant by gentle parenting. It's trying to calmly be a voice of reason amidst fear and anxiety, whether or not it's warranted. That's not up to my discretion at this time, but I'm sure if you've ever been in a similar position, you can understand. There have been many times in my life where that would have caused an argument, but instead I'm just kind of like, okay, if you want to cancel the plans, that's okay, but I'm gonna go save the trailer. I'm gonna go save as much as we can, and then we're gonna move forward. We're not gonna do a whole nother year of just letting things sit and fester. Nope, not on my watch. If you have anything like that in your life, I applaud you for keeping a calm head and progressing things forward, regardless of how many obstacles may present themselves. I'm proud of you. You're strong. And you don't have to be, but you are. And that means all the world to everyone. I know it. I'm so glad that the stream didn't completely crash out. Livia, I'm really glad to hear your feedback on the Ranger roleplay. Thank you so much. I don't know why, but hearing from fellow artists, women specifically, it always touches my heart just a little bit different. No offense. The men out there, if you take offense to me saying that compliments from women hit a little bit different as a woman, I don't know what to tell you. I don't think that that should trigger you at all. But if it does, I don't know, take a look. Take a little look at yourself. In general, though. That makes me so happy, and thank you so much for taking the time to come and say that. I really appreciate it. I love supporting girlies in the space too. So much. Phew. What trailer is it? Camper trailer? If so, I hate to say, but if the exterior is completely done, maybe you rebuild it axle up as a project. Actually, I hate to say it, but what's actually gonna happen is it's gonna go bye-bye to I don't know where. Apparently we've had a few offers to haul it away for free. Maybe they want to get the parts, maybe they want to rip it up, I don't know. But for 2 years now we have apparently had a solution, and just no one has taken the time to go do it. But the trailer will not be rebuilt. It will be taken away, and the plot will open up for any and all possibilities in the future. A new trailer, a gazebo. Here's my plan, because I get to have the plot of land. I'm gonna, for now, turn it into my northern studio space. It's pretty isolated in the woods, like I said, it's part of a community, so there is other people around, but it's very close to a huge national forest. And that means if I have tech up there, if I have a wonderful studio space, I can go up for a week, 2 weeks, and just immerse myself in nature, film outside, come and edit, go back out in the field, come and edit, post from the trailer right there with the Wi-Fi. That's my plan. And in doing so, I will of course be creating a very safe structure environment for any of my other family that wants to come up and visit. They won't have to have a hole in the roof and water pouring in and mold growing on everything. There's probably a squirrel's nest in there or something bigger. We're gonna see tomorrow. But my plan is to rebirth the space into beautiful new memories for not only myself but my family, because they deserve that. And if they're not going to take care of it, then I will. And I will continue to take care of it so they can continue to enjoy themselves. And it will be a small example of what I want to do with my house. So I'm also treating it as like my little pet project for when I get my own home and move forward with that purchase. That's my plan. And everyone in my family has been very excited and supportive. They're just lazy or scared or I don't know, a number of things, but time is running out. And we're gonna get it done before that happens. So I'm excited to see whatever the situation may be tomorrow. I'm a little nervous, but there's no more procrastinating. Remember, that was my New Year's resolution. No more procrastinating. That stands for all things too, not just my own. Sorry, I made a resolution for all of us. No one gets to procrastinate. It doesn't just apply to me, it's all of you. Hi, welcome in. It does sound like a burn to the ground and start over situation, and that's totally fine. And I know my dad has a really hard time with the initial heartbreak of things like that, almost so much so that he just doesn't even want to see it. I can tell he just doesn't even want to have to see it because it's gonna make him sad. And he's really not good at facing those things. In fact, he's kind of made it his business to not face things. But part of my life path on this earth, part of my soul contract with my family, is to help provide strength in those areas that maybe they don't have it as much. So that's what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be the strong one to say, yeah, it's not so great right now. And that's okay, because we're going to clean it up and we're going to make it better. Don't worry. It'll be okay. It's okay to let this chapter die. Let this trailer die. Metaphorically and literally. Because there is a new one just waiting around the corner for the space to be able to blossom and flourish. There's no space right now. We have to open the space. If you feel stagnant in your life, maybe that's the answer. You gotta open up the space by clearing some things away. I probably won't do an IRL stream tomorrow. I'm telling you, you don't want to see it. But it's okay. I'll show you the new one. when we get there. I'll take photos. How about that? I'll show you next week in photographs. Do I stream every day? I do not. I never have. Probably never will. But I'm getting back online more regularly. So if you're enjoying this, check in. Maybe I'll be live again. Who knows? I see. Yeah, I'm not even sure. I mean, it's just a hitch trailer. It goes on the back of a car. It doesn't necessarily, like, it's not an RV. It doesn't drive itself, so. I've been looking on Facebook Marketplace. There's a lot of trailers out there. And at this point, the standard is the roof not being caved in. As long as that's better, it's an improvement. So, my grandma had to move out of her old house, and my dad refuses to drive by the old house because of what the new people did to it. For some people, change is really hard. Really hard. My dad is one of those people. He hates change. He hates it. He has had the same morning routine since I can remember. The same products. He's used the same aftershave, the same mouthwash. I can picture in my head his little routine because it's always been the same. And some people just are comfortable like that in life. I can't believe we've already hit 3 hours. Let's go ahead and close the queue. We'll do John, and then we'll end with some nice ASMR. How about that? How does that sound? And I'm also going to reset my router today, and we'll see if that makes it better for next week. John, were you on YouTube or Twitch? I can't remember. Give me a little hey, hello, wherever you are, so I know where you are, because right now I don't. Where are you now that I need you? Where are you now that I need you? Was it Hey Hey, a deck of choice? I can't remember. Did you get a haircut or did you get all of them cut? I got them all cut. As you can see. Some of the ones back here are really short. I love it. I'm really happy with my haircut. I went to the same girl who did my haircut right before I started Cherie. So, as soon as she cut my hair and I looked at myself, I had this really weird moment where I saw myself very similarly to me 4 years ago before any of this happened. Before any ASMR was made. And I was just like, oh my gosh. I'm looking at myself and I'm the same me 4 years later though, with so many achievements and accomplishments that me 4 years ago had no idea were gonna happen. The same inspiration, the same, like, fire in my chest as before, but I had such a moment of like, oh, I just want to hug that girl. Because I have never really talked about this, but after I rebranded into Cherie Lorraine, it was originally just for my jewelry, and things weren't really going very well. I did my launch, got maybe like 2 orders, and it was from my friends and family. And I remember just feeling so burnt out trying to compete with the algorithm and everyone else in the space. I had a really bad day, like one of the lowest of my life, and I remember it distinctly because it was kind of one of those moments that brought me so down to the rock bottom that I was like, anything is better than this. I need to go any other direction than here because it can't get any worse. I won't go into too much detail because we've been having a really lovely stream, such good energy. But let's just say I did not want to be here anymore. I really did not want to be here anymore. And I said that out loud to my mom, to my boyfriend at the time. I was crying. They were very concerned about me, which of course I live in America, so unfortunately I was begging them not to call an ambulance, not to take me to the hospital, because I was like, nobody can pay for that. None of us can afford that. But that doesn't mean that it wasn't serious, because it was. And the only reason that I was pulled out of that place is because of that same family and boyfriend that were witnessing me in that moment. And they were trying to leave me some space to process, but they also were very quick to remind me, this isn't all that you are. You are not your job. Of course, my job was my art, so I felt very connected to it, but they just were very clear on making sure I knew that my value as a person was inherent, and just by being in their life, I mattered so much that they couldn't imagine if I wasn't here anymore, just suddenly. They couldn't fathom it, and they were making sure that that was not going to happen. And after that, I told myself, okay, I'm going to take a break from promoting my jewelry. I'm going to take a break from Instagram and trying to rely on the freaking algorithms to do the work. I was paying for promotions. I was spending the teeny little money I had trying to boost myself out there, and I was getting nothing. No traffic. Which, they don't tell you this, but I will tell you this. Paid advertisements on Meta specifically are never, ever going to lend you anything but more paid advertisements in the future. They're not going to bring you paying customers. They're not going to push you out to the perfect audience. They're going to have you continuing to pay for more advertisements because that's how they make money. They don't want your ads to perfectly perform because then you won't need them anymore. You'll have organic traffic. The ads perform a little bit, just enough for you to think they might work, for you to put more money into them. What actually works is just being yourself authentically and having patience. At that time, patience was a virtue for me, and I had very limited amounts of it. However, I mustered up the patience I did have because it kind of meant life or death at that point in my life. And I said to myself, okay, what do I actually want to put out in the world that has nothing to do with my work? It has nothing to do with my art. As a human, what do I want to share? How can I show up instead of thinking about just me, but, more so for others? How can I be of service to people? Making jewelry is nice, but there is an aspect of that still felt so materialistic. Of course, I'm selling a good. It's not a service. Some of it is. Using people's family heirlooms to remake something they're going to wear forever, that is a service. That is something that draws a lot of meaning to me. But, I wasn't in a place where I was really confident in my offering, just as it was. It didn't feel like it had enough of my soul into it. So I took a break and I said, what do I actually want to express? And I wanted to help people not feel like I was feeling. I wanted to not feel like I was feeling anymore. So I started prioritizing mindfulness, journaling, meditation, and content that talked about that. Because that's all I could really find the energy to focus on. And that's what I had to do to try and stay alive. And then I started streaming. And I only started streaming to have a long-form platform source to read books. Specifically books that make you feel better. And like there's hope for life and hope for your future. And my grandma gave me a book. It's in the closet right now. It's called You Can Have It All by Arnold Patton. She's read it 17 times, all of which are dated in the beginning. Every time she's read the book, she put it in the beginning in a little date. And then she gave it to me. And I started reading it, and I thought to myself, this is so good, so valuable. I have to share it. I have to tell more people. So I started reading it on the live stream. And that's the only reason we're here today. All of what ensued, all of those events in that order are why I'm here right now. And as I'm sure you can understand, why I feel so grateful that it worked in any capacity, why I feel so blessed to have a job, but also one that allows me to be human and real and honest and myself. I was so tired of trying to fit into the trends and using the stupid audio lip syncing to express myself to the world. I will never perfectly fit in to any little box of Instagram or even Twitch or YouTube. I'm a human being. None of us are built for that. So I really just wanted to find a place that I could just be all of the different parts of myself, and there was space for that. And ASMR specifically gave me the room to do that. And here we are, talking about so many different things that I never could have dreamed would be allowed here, and also would find so many people that are like, thank you. I need this. I want to talk about this. I want to hear about this. I want to connect through these things. Here we all are, almost 4 years later, and just seeing the fresh haircut, remembering all the hope and joy I felt shortly before breaking down, and knowing I picked myself all the way back up and then some. It was a really crazy full circle moment. And yeah, there's something about me cutting my bangs that just always brings me into this like, oh my gosh. I'm still the same me I've always been. I think it maybe is because when I was really young, I always had bangs. My mom would always cut my bangs, partially because I hated getting my hair brushed, and she didn't want to deal with it, so she would chop it off. But there's something about the haircut that just always makes me feel like, man, it's okay to be me. All the way, through and through, who I am. Thanks for listening. John, let's get into this reading for you. And you have a long question, so let me read it. I'll wait for the train for just a moment. I'll take another sip of my coffee. Even though it's 8 p.m. Johnstown, thank you for the 1,000 bits. So pretty and green, teal in the chat. Thank you very much. I promise, moving forward, whenever I take the time to start my channel that has nothing to do with ASMR, I will talk about those stories in a bit more of a permanent format. But for now, we'll just get little stream tangents. But I would really like to talk more about my journey through various seasons of pretty poor mental health and how I've gotten out of that. And dealt with the parts that still linger, because it's not always perfect, that's for sure. Choo choo. Alright. I'm gonna start reading the question because I don't want to just sit and wait for the train. Remember how I said patience is a virtue for me? I don't have any right now, and that's okay. Alright, John. John, I know you can hear me. I can hear you. Here is your question. I am at a professional and personal crossroads. Should I remain on my current, well-worn professional path, which makes me spiritually dead but provides seemingly financial stability? Or should I take the road less traveled, even though it poses significant financial risk, but offers potentially significant emotional and spiritual gains? Well, after my personal story, I can tell you where I think you should go. But let's let the cards say something. Diamond Celio, thank you for sending another super chat. I would be more than happy to get you in for a reading. However, I do just want to remind everyone, when this says closed, the readings are closed. Closed. So no one else do this, okay? Nobody else. Don't be like that. But I'll fit you in, because I don't want to push you for another day. But just Be mindful of this next time, everybody. The Road Less Traveled, the great book. My dad actually gifted me that book when I was in the hospital for mental health at 15 years old. Like I said, it's been a journey. And I don't know if I ever read it, because if I recall, it was a little religious. But if it's not, I might have to revisit. Even if it is, I have a lot of discernment now. But I remember my dad giving me that book, and I was like, this is very touching. Even if I didn't read it, the sentiment was very sweet to me. And I still have it somewhere. I can remember the cover. It looks very 80s. Very 80s in the typography. John. Let's see what deck we're feeling. Because I'm pretty sure this was a deck of choice. Yes. We're gonna work with the decks that we've already been working with today. That's so funny. Why are we the same? We're like, thanks. Here, let me find the one really quickly that I'm talking about. Yeah, this. I'll need to read it. Now I'm curious. I don't know why I thought it was like a religious book. There's multiple other covers. There's this cover. And there was like a blue one. But this is the one my dad gave me. And I just remember thinking, like, this looks so 80s. But anyway. Maybe I'll have to read it. Would you like to read it together sometime? All of us on the stream. You can just fall asleep. I'll be reading. You can just do nothing. That's one of those books I've heard 1,000 times, but I've never read. Well, maybe we'll have to read it. Anyway, John. Let's see what the cards have to say. I'm gonna pull out the Little Book of Fairies again. I'm feeling very fairy, which is actually what I said when I got my hair cut. I said, I want to feel like my best fairy self. And I sure do. I sure do. The Road Traveled Every Day, Pokemon Go edition. The Road to Pallet Town. Oh, I would read that one. The Adventures of Ash and Friends. Ash was my first love of my life, if I haven't ever told you guys, which I can't remember if I did. But Ash Ketchum was the love of my life as a child. I used to make my mom pretend to be his voice. Pretty embarrassing. She reminded me the other day. And this is like super old time of my life. I was in preschool, so like 2 or 3 years old. And we were in front of my teacher in preschool, and I apparently begged my mom, like almost threw a fit, begged her to do the Ash Ketchum voice for my preschool teacher. And against her better judgment, apparently she caved and she did it. And like to this day, I feel like she's still embarrassed that she did that voice in front of my preschool. But I would not have let it go if she didn't do it. So she obliged. And just thinking about the teacher being like, nice. Okay. That's great. I don't even know if she knew Pokemon. I don't know if she knew who Ash was. Just so silly to think about. But I was in love with him. I really was. I would close my eyes and I would pretend that when my mom was talking that he was in the room with me. Isn't that so funny? So funny. I think it's funny. At least it wasn't the Wombat voice. True. True. My mom was very silly. I get a lot of my personality and charisma from her. Alright, John. I'm gonna have you pick only one card from the fairies. We're gonna split the deck until we have only a few out of 1, 2. 1, 2. At the time, I thought she had a good Ash Ketchum voice. I haven't heard her do it in a while. But you know what? I think it was pretty good. She had like the little gravelly raspiness down to a T. I have more to share about this, but I will wait until the appropriate timing. But I would like you to keep in mind how important Ash Ketchum was to me. Call her. I don't think I could get her to do it, even if she had no idea she was live. I don't think she would do it. But someday I'll secretly record her and then I'll play it for you guys. Thinking about calling my mom and trying to get her to do that right now is hilarious. John, 1 or 2. One more time. 1 or 2. I need to contain myself. Oh my goodness. 1. Alright, I'm gonna... Oh, eyes are watering. I'm gonna go ahead and spread these out. And the same thing... Okay, I'm pulling this one out for you because the same thing that happened with the other reading happened again, where I saw the card and it's the first card I looked at. It's still here, so we're gonna pull it out, but now you get to choose one card. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'll set a sub goal for a different day. Maybe on my birthday, I can get her to do it as a gift to me. Stay tuned for next week. Hello, good evening on YouTube. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I said out of 9, right? Yeah, okay. Alright. One more. Actually, we're gonna go with the cats. Diamonds. You don't have to leave. You can still stay. Even if you don't get your reading today, you don't have to leave the stream. Then use it in every YouTube video as an intro.
Hi, Cherie.
I can't even do it. She does it so good. She does it so good. I'll need to tell her in advance so she can practice. I have a feeling she's gonna want to practice. Oh. There will be a time where my charismatic family is part of my public performances, but not today. Not quite yet. They're still a little bit nervous to be perceived, but we're gonna work on that. As we make this more and more an accepting, safe space, we will work on that. 1, 2. This is for you, John. 1 or 2. What's the lore behind your bangs? I got a haircut. That's the lore. Cherie, what is your business called? It's called Cherie Lorraine LLC. 1 or 2. My first yawn of the stream, I think. We're doing pretty well. My coffee is keeping me up. I felt two. Okay. Now I'm gonna split these in half, and I'm gonna have you pick one card from either side. So first we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Three. 1, 2, 3. All right. And this side. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You're trying to see my new haircut, sorry. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna pull this one out too. Very, very interesting, John. Very interesting. We have 2 reversed cards for you. I'm gonna leave the ones that I pulled out. Odd. Oh, that's odd. Oh, I just got goosebumps. That's very strange. Okay. We're gonna have to see how that manifests. New cut is lovely with you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I'm so glad you like it. Like I said, it was for me, but I'm really glad that you like it because obviously part of my work is showing my face. So it would be really sad if you all hated my new hair. I love it. I love it a lot. Alright. I'm gonna get a little more serious. Sorry in advance, John, to have to preface like this. I'm gonna get a little more serious because it seems like this one is a little bit serious, and that's okay. But I want to give it the energy of, the space it's asking for. And it doesn't seem like I'm supposed to be nice and bubbly right now. I need to be a little more serious. First card that you chose, again, I'm leaving the other two that I pulled out intuitively aside. I'm not sure what their place here is in the reading, but I'm gonna leave them. We have tipping point from the wisdom of the fairies. Tipping point. This little, I don't know what this is. It's Japanese folklore. The kappa are water deities who inhabit rivers and ponds. With scales and webbed fingers, these magical reptilian creatures embody many different qualities that reveal juxtaposing values. So they're a little bit contradictory. Morally ambiguous, they can be terrorizing at times, stealing livestock and even children, but they're also respectful to a fault, bowing so low that they spill the bowl of water indented into their heads, thereby losing the source of their powers. Good on their word, if you help a kappa refill their water, they will fulfill whatever promise they make. Like the kappa, we too are morally ambiguous, neither fully good nor fully bad. And we could all benefit from thinking of ourselves as outside of these binaries. So maybe this is speaking as to the options. There's not really a good or a bad, and it's maybe good to think about the situation outside of those binaries, better or worse. This card is a reminder that anything in excess is something to watch out for. Too much energy devoted to one thing, and we are bound to tip over. A fun fact about the kappa, they have a taste for cucumbers. I don't know what the relevancy of that is. What? Okay. Cucumbers. Keep that in mind. Cucumbers. What? Okay. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but I would feel crazy if I didn't read the entire excerpt. Sorry, I'm not being serious. The bottom line, I feel like we'll just have to see after I read the cat tarot cards, but I feel like this card is trying to say there's more than meets the eye about this question that you were saying. There's more than meets the eye about the black and whiteness of the pros and cons. And I think in general, what to look for right now is anything that's taking you too far in any specific direction. If your job is too draining of you, where you can't invest yourself into the spiritual and emotional replenishing that is necessary to keep the job, of course that's going to be something you need to evaluate. But again, maybe there's a way to have the job fulfill you back in ways that it isn't right now, through small changes, small differences in your own position of showing up every day, the way that you show up, how you choose to go about those however many hours you're at work every day. The Ace of Cups in reverse sadly brings heartbreak, okay? I knew there was something serious here. A lost sense of spirituality. Ooh, this is speaking to you right now. A lost sense of spirituality, empty feelings, and empty bowls. But, keyword but, there is room for learning. Be willing to look inward and explore your own insecurities and self-doubt. And keep an eye on people who are making outsized emotional demands on you. If that's your job, yeah, I would say be mindful of that. I had hair in my nose. Anything in excess, something to be wary of, as this card states. So if some of the excess is that your job is making too many emotional demands onto you, leaving you feeling a lost sense of spirituality, empty feelings, yeah, I think it's time to internally explore maybe what it is about the alternative that scares you so deeply that you're already planning on it not working as well. You keep saying things like, not keep, you only wrote one thing. But I heard in multiple different ways while I was reading it that whatever you think the alternative path will be, it will have less financial fruitfulness. And maybe instead of that being the truth, you could see that as more of a fear, part of your self-doubt, where you're thinking to yourself, man, my job, it is so structurally sound. They have so many great systems in place that provide stability, consistency financially. I could never be responsible for creating that for myself. I could never rely on something of my own doing to be so structurally sound, consistent, etc., to the point where I can plan and rely on it, having that financial, what's the word I'm looking for? I was going to say frugality, but that's not the word. You know what I mean. Flourishing, financial flourishing, foundation, sure, that works too. That's not to say it won't happen, but if you think it's impossible, you're starting farther past the normal starting line than most people who do believe that they could do it. The other card that we've pulled is the Knight of Wands in reverse. And that card states, hold on a moment. Now, everything has just gotten out of control. And words like reckless, hooligan, and foolhardy are being tossed around. Maybe that's how you're feeling when you consider going into this next road less traveled. It's reckless of me. I'm foolhardy for thinking that that's possible. I'm foolhardy for thinking I could ever, shift into that reality without struggling financially, specifically. All you can see are the flickering distractions around you, similar to the first reading we had, or the second one. Take a beat. Take a beat. Take a moment. Slow down and finish what you start. Shred the toy in front of you before moving on to the next. So again, there is an option C. And I think the cards are really speaking to option C being the best right now. Maybe it's not quite time to quit and leave, even though it does seem very obvious. I'm going to use this as an example of your job draining you. That's happening. For sure that's happening. But there's something about this, the juxtaposition of this, where it's not all black and white, it's not all good and bad, it's morally ambiguous. Jobs are morally ambiguous usually as well. And if it's draining you and depleting you that much, it feels like before you can fully step away, you're being called to do some of this work to find the root of those doubts, the root of those fears, and internally process them to the point of completion before you even need to think about stepping into the arena of that being your only option, is to fend for yourself, is to provide everything for yourself. Shift your mindset from thinking, I have to quit my job in order to change the emotional and spiritual fulfillment. Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't need to completely leave financial security at this time in order to still feel the fulfillment spiritually and emotionally that you are very clearly not. And part of that, you're putting the blame onto your job, which I don't disagree. If your job is draining you in general, it makes sense why you're not going to have energy left over to devote to your spiritual pursuits, your emotional replenishing. But that doesn't mean it's impossible. There is a very clear option C where you maintain, at least for now, the security and consistency of the job and the financial support that comes from that, while also having room and space to kind of, in the meantime, dive deep into yourself, figure out what real obstacles internally are holding you back from feeling like that other branch, other road less traveled is just as viable of an option financially and in general, security-wise. And once you feel like that's been tackled internally, once you're feeling a little bit more grounded in your inner confidence, in your ability to maybe continue to show up in the best spirits, which is something you're clearly going to practice going into the job that you don't feel is good for you, and making it good for you. That is a skill that you, I'm telling you right now, as someone who's self-employed, will absolutely need to rely on when there's no one else to be held responsible. You're gonna need that resiliency of continuing to be able to show up even if things are not feeling like they're working out to your benefit, your benefit. You need to make them work for you. And especially right now, if you're, again, not confident, which is totally valid, in putting all your eggs into your own basket and then walking away. That's fine. But that doesn't mean the eggs at your job need to just like sit and spoil. You can still, in the meantime, nurture those eggs, incubate, all of the things that you've already put a lot of energy in, a lot of work into, and maybe on a really good day, you test the waters. You take one of the eggs out of that basket and put it into yours and see what happens. If nothing bad happens, you're going to have a little bit more confidence in your ability to carry the eggs in your basket instead of relying on the basket that's been provided to you with the glittering sign of, this basket will always be here. This basket will always provide you exactly what you need, but maybe not everything you want out of life, out of yourself emotionally. Pros and cons. Pros and cons to your own basket. More freedom, more openness to explore parts of yourself, but a lot more responsibility. And I'm telling you, there have absolutely been days in my journey as a self-employed person where I've said to myself, man, I wish I could just go to work and then come home and not think about work anymore, because it's not my responsibility. I did my time, and I come home and I just live my life. My work follows me everywhere because it's all up to me, and if I do nothing, nothing happens. That responsibility is a blessing when I'm feeling really inspired and like I can do everything. And on the days where I don't feel like that, it is the biggest pressure and burden to me at times to think, no one else can do it. No one else is going to take care of it. It has to be me, and I don't feel capable right now. That's tough. That is a place that makes you question yourself and if you're capable. And it's going to happen time and time again. But if you train yourself, and again, you can do this while you still have the financial security of the job. If you train yourself internally to believe that you can overcome whatever obstacle it is, you can work around it and figure it out without suffering a tremendous loss that leaves you with nothing but the skin on your back. Again, that's going to breed a teeny little bit of inner confidence, and that inner confidence is going to grow and grow until you're faced with those potentials of things not working out and it being all your responsibility. And instead of letting the weight of that crush you and overwhelm you, like I'm sure it feels like it might, because you've never put yourself in that position before, and that's what's so scary, you'll be like, man, alright, I've got this. I'm gonna figure it out. I might not feel like doing the work today, but I have the energy to at least imagine what I could do when I do have the energy. And then guess what? One day you're gonna wake up and you're gonna be like, I have the energy. I can feel it. I have the time today. And then you're gonna go do it. Oh my goodness. I hope they're okay. I never know if people are like laughing and it's a giggly fun, like woohoo, yay, or if they're like, ah, somebody's chasing me. But I usually just assume that they're like having a good time and running around in the rain. I always assume it would be a little more like crazy. Okay, here's what I wanted to now touch on. Both of these cards called to me individually in both decks, and what I think is really interesting about them is they both have a sun shining down from the top. We have lighting your path, and we have the Lovers. I'm gonna read lighting your path first, and then I'll read the Lovers. Lighting your path says, when this card is drawn, it speaks to the nature of walking in shadow. How no one is ever truly journeying alone so long as they are seeking light. So again, no matter how dark everything might seem like it's getting around you, as long as you can remain hopeful of the light at the end of the tunnel, you are not lost. You're on a crazy part of your journey, that's for sure, but you're not lost. As long as you see the light at the end and you keep moving towards it, you're making progress. Even if you can't see anything around you, you're making progress. Let Joan the Wad illuminate a path forward for you. Perhaps it's one that you hadn't considered or are resisting. Keep an open mind. Here is something I want you to take away from this card specifically. Same with your job. In general, in concept, this is a physical example of how you can do this, but I want you to internalize it and think about how you can make this in general be like a feeling that you can tap into at any time. Consider making your own good luck charm by blessing a necklace, a ring, or something shiny with this fairy spirit, also known as give yourself an immediate positivity boost that you decide is positive, always, indefinitely, and then guess what? You access that as many times as you need to, every single day. Whatever you need to do to tap into that energy of hope, inspiration, you make it and then you tap in as much as you need to. You provide yourself that comfort as only you know how, because you know yourself the best. You know what inspires you. You know what makes you feel alive. Bring that with you to the office. Bring that with you to your job. It doesn't have to be noticeable to anyone else, and in fact, if it's not noticeable, you'll probably get even more benefit out of it because you know it's just for you. But you can afford that to yourself. No one is stopping you. Nobody is stopping you. Super Potion! Thank you for 20 gifted community subs. Oh my gosh, thank you. Nobody is stopping you from creating a little reminder in your back pocket that, you've got luck on your side, you've got hope on your side, there's good energy surrounding you, and you are part of creating that. Again, that is a huge egg that you're putting into your own basket. Happiness, luck, big eggs to be putting in your own basket and carrying by yourself at all times and relying on from just yourself. And yet, I promise, once you do it, more actively than not, it's gonna shift the way that life is feeling around you. And whether or not you blame it on yourself or you think it's just a miracle happened, things are going to start to feel better. Things are going to start to feel different because you feel better and you feel different. I keep doing you over here and your job over here, but seriously, do you hear what I'm trying to say? Hopefully you understand what I'm saying with this. There's an aspect of this spiritual and emotional fulfillment that your job was never going to provide for you. It's not your job's job. Your job is morally ambiguous. It is what it is. You need to figure out how you can bring those things to your job for the sake of yourself and with the knowledge that you're going to move forward from the job with those things in the future. And that inspiration and hope will hopefully be enough for you to be motivated to continue to show up to the job. And actually, I hope that moving forward, showing up to the job with a little good luck or a little, totem in your bag, totem in your pocket, in your heart even. It doesn't have to be a physical item. It can be something you carry in here. I hope that almost makes you feel like it's a brand new job in a certain regard, because you're giving yourself the permission to show up in a pretty new way at the place you've been regularly going to. And that should make it feel different enough where new conversations come up, new dynamics with your colleagues start to unfold. Maybe you'll start to recognize those people are actually like more of a support than you would have thought in the first place. And what if, because you start to show up to your job a little bit more like presently or positively or however it's going to manifest, somebody is like, whoa, I didn't realize you were this cool or inspiring. And then you start to tell them about what you would really like to be doing, and they become your number one supporter, biggest fan, and OG follower, or whatever, like whatever you want to go do on the road less traveled. What if they're right behind you, following you on the journey, because they're like, that's awesome, you're inspiring to me. You'll never know unless you are willing to share it. And it doesn't even have to be, again, something you share directly with other people's. Inside of yourself, you can make the decision to shift into that person right now. You don't have to wait until you quit the job to be the person. You could start becoming that person now. And if you naturally outgrow the job because you're shining your light, remember those contracts that one card earlier talked about? And it said this could be a job that you have or a relationship you have with someone. I've never heard of a job being part of your karmic contract or your soul contract, but it's so true. It can absolutely be part of the journey and part of the experience. And as such, if you're not meant to evolve with the job, and moreover, if the job's not meant to evolve with you, as you grow in yourself and as you start shining your light brighter and brighter and brighter, which is going to be necessary if you want to walk your own path, there's going to come a time where you and the job can both feel the natural separation, the natural pulling away from each other, because it's time. It's time for you to shed that. It doesn't serve you anymore, but right now it does. It serves financial security, and that financial security is what's going to give you the space to actually explore the emotional and spiritual fulfillment that you're looking for. If you quit your job right now, you're probably going to be way too stressed with any of that financial stuff to even be worried about spiritual and emotional fulfillment, and it's probably actually going to feel like a waste of time to do those things while you don't have a job. Don't quit your job. You can still do everything you need to do with your job, and if and when it comes time for you to separate, you will. You will. You'll know that it's time, and you will feel so ready to walk away at that point. But that's not this moment right now, and that's okay. It doesn't mean that, this is a bad thing. Again, it's all how you interpret it. And right now it seems like life is being like, okay, you have permission to start pursuing the things that are actually important to you. Emotional fulfillment, spiritual fulfillment. But you also don't need to stress about providing financially for yourself at the same time as trying to figure those things out. You can have both, at least for now. You can have the job, you can have the consistency, and you can also invest time into yourself, emotionally, spiritually, So much so that it starts to bleed into the work environment, and it starts to feel less draining overall because you are not allowing yourself to just be completely drained with no source of replenishment. You gotta find a way to replenish yourself all on your own time that has nothing to do with the job, so that whenever the job is draining you, you know, I can fill myself back up. I've got this. I'm not gonna let this drain me. I know how to fill my own cup back up. And then you're gonna show up to the job even better. You Mean You Can Have It All by Arnold Patton. I think it's like 1984 or something the book was written. Last but not least, I'm gonna read The Lovers, just because I pulled it out. And then we will start coming to a close of the stream. Oh, look at these little babies. They're so cute. The lovers bask in the sunshine of perfect harmony on a day undarkened by clouds. Love, like sunshine, can scorch if you stand still too long. Burning love is exactly that. And embers require tending. Remember that this card is often associated with choices, like you have right now. Yes, no, stay, go. Are your ears burning, or are your feet getting cold? So, the perfect harmony of this, again, in my mind, further signifying there is a balance to be stricken within your life right now that provides you with this feeling where the two things are now coinciding as one. It sounds like the worst thing you can do is do nothing. Of course you're gonna get burned if you stand still and do nothing. That's gonna suck. You're gonna get burned out. So of course, choices are in the mix. Stay, go, leave, keep on investing yourself. Regardless, what needs to be the main priority is finding the harmony. And if right now you can find harmony without financially ruining yourself, that sounds like a good option to me. Thank you for the reading, John. Light your path. Look for the light at the end of the tunnel. You're not alone in the darkness. You have plenty of people to support and help you, and the main one is right there. It's you. You can always help yourself. You can always provide yourself teeny little ways to feel better. Good luck charm, little pick-me-up, favorite drink or snack in the middle of the day. Maybe you go to work and you never eat lunch. You could start having your favorite meal. Maybe you go to work, I don't know, there's something about your daily structure that you feel like it's lacking everything else that you would do outside of the job. How can you find a way to confidently bring those things into work with you? How can you find a way to be so secure in yourself that it doesn't matter what your coworkers might think or what everyone says? If it's making you feel good and makes you feel happy, it's worth it. How can you do that for yourself? How can you give yourself more permission to show up to your job in a way that does fulfill you emotionally and spiritually? And then do it. Experiment every single day. Do a little bit more and a little bit more until you feel like you're showing up to this job as, the exact person that you would want to be if you were to leave the job. How can you be both at once? And guess what? Maybe your job will actually promote you, or like something's gonna happen and you'll never have to leave because it will like make itself work for you the way that you've made it work. You know what I mean? It will make itself work for you because you've made it work. You've made yourself work for it. There we go. That's what I was gonna say. Hello, OG Chill. Happy 35 months. The crazy numbers. I remember when I was first streaming and I would see people's resubs. I'd be like, man, I don't know if I'll ever be able to be that consistent. Here we are. So incredible. That was our last reading, I think. Unless Diamond is still here. Diamond. What up? Not much. We are closing out the readings. I was like, wow, we're already at 3 hours. Now we're at 4 hours. This has been an amazing stream tonight. I'm assuming Diamond left. I told them they didn't have to, but they did. We are going to close out with some nice, relaxing ASMR for the next 15 minutes. And then it is time for me to bid you adieu for the time being and continue to prepare my personal life for a lovely winter season ahead. Gabriel, 30 gifted subs? Gabriel, that's so generous of you. Oh my gosh. I was not expecting that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Congrats to the 30 people in the community that just got a sub. And to the 143 people today that got a sub. What? I was really not expecting that right now. Holy moly. Kiwi is back? No, she's not. I was like, what? Why'd you play with me like that? I got so excited about my own cat. I was like, really? Bro. Ah! You guys are the best. Gabriel, what trigger would you like to request? I've got my... Look at what Kiwi did to this. While we were on vacation, this got torn up because the little lady's got anxiety. Floral is so nice. She made a phone command that shouts me out in her chat. So I suck is what you're saying. Thanks. I can make you a command. I'm sorry. I'll do it right now. We'll just do like exclamation point Chobe, and then it'll say like a fun fact about you or something. Anyone can pick one. Everyone here knows I make it. Well, I actually just packed up the phone mic in my car, so maybe I'll bring it in and use it more often. Let's do tuning forks. Does anyone have any trigger requests? Speak now or don't. Your choice. But I'm gonna do tuning forks. What's my hair color? You tell me. I know it's like a very popular European hair color, and they have a name for it. I don't know. It's like blonde, brunette blonde. Tapping, face touching. Okay. I will do what I can. We have the next 10 minutes about to get nice and relaxed. Nice and relaxed. Taking a nice deep breath and exhaling. Taking an inhale and exhaling. Some tapping sounds. Tapping on this box. Tapping. Thank you, Jet Set. I'm so glad that you like the music. Our readings every Thursday. Typically, yes. Although next Thursday is my birthday, and I will give you another reminder of that on Wednesday next week. But typically, yes. And after my birthday, we will resume Tarot Thursdays. And maybe I'll do a birthday reading for myself. We'll see. Also, thank you for a level 7 hype train. I love you guys. You're the best. Thank you so much for an amazing stream today. It's so good. so much.
Congrats to everyone that just got one of those 10 gifted subs.
I'm trying not to get too loud because I'm making you fall asleep.
Thank you.
What do you guys think of the scraping? Is it adding to the tapping or is it detracting? Let me know. I kind of liked it, but it's up to you. We're gonna shift our tapping. Different surface. I'm gonna use this cork. I think this thing has cat hair all over it or something because I keep getting it in my mouth. What's happening? Go keep yourself in the suffering. It's not necessary. Find what works. Find your place of calm. Make your own good luck charms. Give yourself a hug. Don't forget your breath. You can always take a deep breath. It will help, I promise. I'm sending so much love. So much. I can't even begin to quantify how much love I'm sending right now. I've been sending it all day throughout the stream, but I'm sending extra right now. Here it comes. You. There it is. You. Thank you so much for tuning in today. The stream is ending now, but again, safety, comfort, and relaxation is never more than a click away. Whether it's me or anyone else, it's out there and you can find it, and I implore you to, if it's what you need right now. There is absolutely nothing to be ashamed of in finding comfort on the internet. Trust me when I say it's worked for me multiple times, and I have no shame in that. I actually feel really blessed and lucky to be able to find so many amazing spaces and people on the same internet that's crazy and full of anything but relaxation. It is a gift and a blessing to find the pockets that are helping us stay safe and stay sane. So don't hold back. Find the comfort. You deserve it. You deserve to feel comfortable and safe so that you can make the best decisions, whatever that may be, whatever choices you're faced with. A couple more deep breaths together, and then I'll let you go. Breathing in. Breathing out. Breathing in. Breathing out. You are loved. You are important to this world. You matter so much. I'm so grateful that you are here tonight and you were able to listen to any amount of this stream. I will be so full for the whole rest of the night after this, and I hope that you will too. I will see you next week. Very, very soon. If there is a video this weekend, awesome. If not, one will be recorded and coming very soon. So stay tuned. And until next time, have an amazing rest of your day, night, evening, afternoon, morning, wherever you are on the earth, whatever time it may be for you. Give yourself some love. Find those pockets of safety. The rudest bidet interruption, but I love it. The perfect sign off to a weird and amazing stream. I can never be too serious, can I? I can't have anything. Good night from my bidet. Good night from me. Hugs. So much love and support from my side.